Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Do Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you help make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Shirley Brown Danzy, and I am your business moderator for the edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing in business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker for today will be Giovanni Reed. So I will introduce to you Miss Giovanni Reed.
Hi.
Hi, Giovanni. So Giovanni, she's a CEO. She care above all care. Giovanni Reed is a dedicated leader in the mental health field and the CEO of Care Above All Care, an organization committed to providing mental health supportive living services for individuals with intellectual developmental disabilities. She is a graduate of Arkansas State University with a Bachelor's of Science degree in exercise science. Giovanni Reed initially had no background in mental health, but developed expertise through hands-on experience and strategic collaborations with like-minded professionals. I introduce to you Ms. Giovanni Reed. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you guys for having me.
We're delighted that you're here today.
Thanks. So,
Ms. Giovanni, I would like to ask you just a few questions.
Okay.
And again, we're delighted that you're here. So,
yes, ma'am. Well, ask away.
So give me 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, in terms of leadership and vision, what inspired you to pursue a career in mental health, and how did you end up in the leadership role?
Well, Miss Shirley, it is so unorthodox, I must say myself. Like I said, I went to school to actually go be a physical therapist, and came back to Little Rock, Arkansas, where my mom decided that she wanted to pursue mental health. Now, she has zero background in mental health as well. So we both were kind of working from like ground up per se. So that's how I got into it, was my mom. So we are actually family owned. She's the owner and I am the CEO. Now, within that, I did not start off as a CEO because I did not know anything to become a CEO. So I did network with a lot of people in the mental health industry, in insurance companies, where they helped me along the way. And as I built relationships, I became more knowledgeable in this field, and it's something that I grew to love. And therefore, I put in hard work and dedication, and that's how I became the CEO of Care Above All Care. That allowed my mom to kind of retire and take a back seat and just kind of work day-to-day operations in the company. And here I am now as the CEO.
So can you tell me, how do you envision the future of mental health care evolving in the next 5 to 10 years?
Great question. Yes, I think it's different components. Number one, I would start by saying funding. A lot of mental health agencies, we don't get the type of funding, or mental health in general does not get funding a lot um, in this field. So I think starting there to give us, that extra kind of cushion to provide more services to these individuals. They come from little to no families. Sometimes people have kind of just dropped them off at our doorstep, and we're here to kind of care for them and, provide everything as far as housing and, security, all of those different type of things. We do have insurance companies that kind of come in and, help along the way, but still it's not enough funding or education behind mental health. So that's one of the biggest things that I can say, that mental health, can evolve in that type of way, just shining a light more on mental health services and what these individuals can and cannot do in the community. I like to say that they can do everything that, we can do in our day-to-day lives. So they just need this kind of push and light and funding to get that going.
Wow. Wow. So very insightful. So can you tell me what are some of the biggest challenges that you face maybe as a CEO in this space? And how do you address those?
Yeah. Number one, I think being young and not having like the coming from the background of mental health, I think that, I kind of started off behind everyone. So that was my biggest challenge. When you come into this field, you would see a lot of people want to kind of hoard or keep information away from you. And I don't know why that is, but I think that is a challenge. It's because, you kind of can become like a competition in this field for other providers. So it's hard to get the knowledge and I guess the support that you need as a young CEO in this mental health field. So I would say, more support, more kind of forums like this, more education, surrounding, mental health fields.
Wow. So another question that I have is, how do you ensure that mental health is prioritized, like within your own organization, for not only, I'll say, for both your employees as well as your clients? How do you ensure that mental
Yeah.
health is prioritized?
So it's different aspects, right? Like you said, you have the employees and then you have the members. Number one, I like for members to start off when they start with me is to have services already established, such as that behavioral health support, any type of psychiatry or mental health providers, such as mental health therapists in that aspect. I like for them to already have established that. Whereas I may find that for them, or we may outsource that. And I'm really in hopes to do that in-house. That's my goal, is to just hire on psychiatrists and mental health therapists in-house so that my members can have like a one-stop shop here. As far as my staff members, I allow my staff members to kind of take off. I encourage them to, hey, go to therapy, go speak with somebody. We have an open door policy. So whenever they need to vent, they can just bombard in my office. We talk a lot. We talk a lot in my office. I'm a firm believer of counseling and, because we can get kind of stretched thin. And of course, we're dealing with people with behaviors all day long. So I need for them to have that type of therapy, or if we can be therapy to each other, then by all means, and just allowing them space, hey, take a day off, take a couple days off, go be with your families, take a vacation, do whatever you need. Like, I'm not the one to deny any type of off days. Like, I encourage those days for them.
Wow. And I'm sure they're very appreciative of that. And with your experience, yes, that's wonderful. So what does your organization do that's differently than other mental health providers? And how do you measure the success of that?
Yeah, for me, I would say it's not about the quantity of members that I have. So I don't take like an overload of members, right? I'm more family oriented. We are a smaller provider. So So, and I like it that way, honestly. Yes, it would be marvelous to have all of these members and, you're kind of making all of the money and the big bucks and whatever the case may be. But to me, that's not more important than taking care of my members and making sure that they have what they need. So I would say, us being kind of family oriented. I know each of my members, I know their family members, if they have them, I know where they have come from. I know what they need. So that kind of sets us apart from like a bigger provider than, a smaller provider where we can just, take time and to develop personal plans and sit with the family members and go over goals that their loved ones may need to accomplish day to day, any type of daily living skills. We're kind of monitoring that through our systems, so that kind of sets us apart, and I'm really proud of that.
Wow. So another question I have for you, and you're giving me so much information, and you're giving the public so much information that they can use in regards to your organization. So are there any emerging trends, Giovanni, in mental health treatment, or a policy that you're actually, that you're excited about?
Yeah, so I am. I did receive my accreditation from CQL, and that allows me to do more enhanced services. So right now I'm doing base level services, right? So now I get to go and do like therapeutic services for individuals and do therapeutic communities for these individuals. I can do group homes, I can do whatever the case may be. So I'm really trying to grow that part of the business and provide just more services and do enhanced services that I can really kind of touch base on, what they actually need, right?
Right. So another question that I have is, how do you approach the challenges of just ensuring that mental health services are accessible to the communities that are underserved?
One, by being in a community, right? So I'm located smack dab in the middle of what you would call the underserved community. So I put my office location. Therefore, we're able to attract those individuals. They can come and knock on our door, for instance, and say, hey, what do you guys do over here? I'm putting up a big sign on the side of the building. Therefore, people can know exactly who I am and what services, we provide. So I say just by being locating, in the community and just talking to the community and the underserved population and seeing what they need. So, that was my way of trying to kind of be one with them, trying to see, how we can give back to them. It's just being located. It's about location. And frankly, I've gotten good success with that as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. So can you think of some of the common misconceptions about mental health that you like to just to challenge? It could be, I would say, public as well as the mental health industry. Are there any kind of common misconceptions about, mental health that you would like to challenge?
That mental health looks a certain type of way, right? Like people think that, oh, this person, you never know what someone may be going through or what they may be diagnosed with. Like just because they look a certain type of way, you may think, I may be diagnosed with something. You never just know.
Yes.
So I think that's like a big misconception that it has to have a look. Or also, I feel like because you have a disability, that means that you're unable to do things, that you can't accomplish the same type of goals, that you can't go to school, that you can't receive an education, that you can't work. Well, I'm here to say that's false. A lot of my members have accomplished getting jobs and making a paycheck and, just everyday living, that they can clean up and do chores and do what they need to do to be a successful, citizen in the community. So that's the type of misconception that they cannot do anything, that, they're limited. And they're not limited. It doesn't look a certain type of way. They're able to do just what you and I can do on a regular basis, probably even better, really.
Wow. So what keeps you motivated and passionate about the work that you do? And especially in the face of difficult and challenging times. So what is that keeps you so motivated? Because I hear your passion and your motivation behind this in terms of mental health.
Yeah, I cannot stress the truth to you, Miss Shirley. It has been hard. This is I did not recognize what I would be getting myself into when I committed to this. I was younger. I was, 7 years younger, so in my 20s, early 20s. And I did not know, I guess, today what I would be faced with. And what keeps me motivated is the success stories, is seeing those individuals who have come to me and they may have schizophrenia or bipolar, and they have behaviors and their family members have washed their hands with them and they've said, we've tried everything, we can't do anything with them, and they drop them off to me. The success story and what keeps me motivated is, seeing them go out into the community without having behaviors. Seeing them, accomplish goals that they have established for themselves, seeing them happy. You go into their home and their homes are clean and they're fed and they're learning, different skills. That keeps me motivated. Just seeing, how they can actually thrive in the community. That keeps me going. And it's like, okay, well, yesterday may have been a bad day, but today is a good one. And I'm going to, with that.
Wow. So tell me, how do you manage your own mental health and your own, well-being while leading a company with such demands? And I know, staying emotionally charged in this type of field. How do you do that?
Yeah. So, in Black homes, we are always told what goes on in the house stays in the house. Yes. So it was very hard for me to even acknowledge the fact that I needed to see someone. You're dealing with other people's problems all day long. So for me, actually, seeing how individuals, how it was taking a toll over me. And, I would talk to my mom, I would talk to my dad, I was talking to my friends, and actually my best friend was like, girl, you need counseling. Like, you need to go see someone about the issues that you are facing, because you're not alone. You never know who else. So I actually got a therapist, and now I actually talk to her weekly. So that's how I'm dealing with, my own struggles and my own mental health, is that, I actually, number one, realized that, oh no, girl, you need some help. You need to kind of tell people what's going on. You need to, talk to other people. And speaking with my team as well, they keep me going. So that's how I deal with that. When I'm feeling down, or, if I come in the office and I'm just like sad, or I feel like I can't do anymore, they give me the push and they're like, you're not giving up. You're a small provider. People are looking at you to give up, and you're not going to do that. So that's, it kind of helps me mentally to say, hey, someone has it more difficult than you do. And, every day it's not, like I said, it's not going to be good. You're not going to have good days every day. So me getting a therapist and actually being open with my teammates and, hearing their thoughts, and they may be going through something, and we kind of shed light on each other's issues, and we come to a conclusion, and we keep going. We keep pushing. So that's how I deal with my own, kind of sanity and mental health.
Wow. So it's very important, isn't it, that you realize that, and, you're over this organization, but you realize the importance of seeking therapy when you need it.
Exactly.
Wow.
And it happened, like 2 months ago, where I finally, out of 7 years, have said, girl, like, okay, this is taking a toll on you. You need to kind of step back and realize that you do need help too. So it's hard when you're helping people. It's hard to receive help because you're so used to giving out help.
Wow, that is very, very important. Self-care. And sounds like your organization are very supportive. So I'm sure with you having the mindset and the attitude that you have in terms, and your knowledge about mental health, look like it has kind of transferred to your overall work group, because I'm just listening to you talk about, how they are looking out for you as well, in terms of you actually looking out for them. So,
yes,
wow, that's truly amazing.
Thank you. It goes both ways. I'm a firm believer of that. Trying to change the stigma of office, how we conduct ourselves in the office, and having that open door family policy, not only for my members, but for my staff as well.
Wow. So is there anything else that you would like to share, Giovanni, in terms of, your how they can reach you, or anything else that you would like to share?
Yeah, so we are located actually in Little Rock, Arkansas. I know some people may have never heard of Little Rock, Arkansas, but we are here and we are on the map, and we are thriving. So, located in Little Rock, you can reach me at 501-943-5600. Again, if you or your family members in Arkansas are needing any kind of mental health assistance and you just don't know where to go, you can reach me at 501-943-5600, or you can always email me at Giovanni, GIVONNIR, at careaboveallcare.com.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing that information, Giovanni. We still have time. I would like to just know a little bit more about your organization. So is there anything else that you can tell us about your organization that you would like to share in terms of what you all do in terms of supporting the communities that they don't know about?
Yeah, sure thing. So I guess I can really talk to you about who we are. We are Care Above All Care, and I feel like that is the perfect name because we really try to care above all. We really try to have that compassion. What we found is that, if you do not have compassion for individuals with mental health, then you're not going to do the job correctly. We service individuals with intellectual developmental disabilities. They have to have a primary diagnosis of IDD. Now, most of my members are diagnosed also with behavioral health disabilities, meaning that they also have schizophrenia diagnosis, they also have bipolar, autism, anything like that. And they come to us and they may have the worst behaviors, and we give them a little love and a little structure, and you see how easy they can be kind of swayed to want to do better, to actually want to, behave or whatever course it may be. We treat them like adults. We take individuals anywhere from as young as a baby, to no limit age. We take all ages. If you have that IDD, then we are definitely, taking all of those individuals. I am working, like I told you in the interview, on becoming an enhanced provider. So that means that I will get to take more members that do not have a primary diagnosis of IDD, but may have different diagnoses, and I'll be able to focus on those individuals as well. Family owned. What you get is what you see with us. Like, we are very straightforward, but we are also loving. Like, we like to shelter our members with, lots of love and support, and, just being there for them. So that's a little bit about us. We're just growing, whoever we can connect with. That's why I like, doing these type of things, because I feel like, we can put our names out there, and if we do not have the resources, then I'll help anyone find resources.
Wow.
So that's a little bit, summed up about who we are and what we do. Operate under Arkansas Medicaid, so we do receive funding from Medicaid. That's how we are able to pay our staff members and, keep this thing going. We're looking for now grants and, different type of funding opportunities through our nonprofit, which is the Leanna Foundation. And that's Leanna's the owner, and, we're kind of trying to do some grants and do other kind of services in the community as well. So this is not the end all be all for us. We're just, we're going.
I see you're growing and evolving.
Yes. Hopefully, we hope to, for sure.
So you said IDD. Can you just tell the community what IDD actually stand for? I know you mentioned it, but just to reiterate and just so that they will know.
Yeah. So that's an intellectual developmental disabilities, meaning that they may learn not as quite as fast as, anyone else may, and that's all that is. So you have to be diagnosed from an actual psychiatrist where they'll do a psych eval. Um, and you get those done every 5 years. They do an IQ test. If your IQ test is below a certain number, then you may be diagnosed with that as well.
Wow. And so I know you spoke about currently you have IDD patients. You're servicing that community, that population, but you said you wanted to start servicing other people who just did not fall under IDD. So
Correct.
Can you give us a little bit about what those other,
Of course.
what falls under the other is what I'm trying to ask, other than IDD?
Yes, ma'am. So what would fall under there is probably like a primary diagnosis of schizophrenia, right? Or paranoid schizophrenia. You have a list of, different diagnoses that are out here where they may not have an intellectual disability. They may just have bipolar, and that may be something that, we have to focus on giving them behavioral health services as far as that. And that's where therapeutic services coming in at. And my whole goal is really trying to see what works besides medication. Because the first thing that you go to a psychiatrist or a mental health therapist and you see that they're going to give you medications, which is okay because a lot of them may need that medication. But also, what can we do with, that goes along with that medication? Maybe meditation, maybe doing yoga, maybe doing some type of horseback riding, or maybe doing gardening or gaming or whatever case may be, that we can target that community that will allow them to, say, I need to kind of calm down or kind of, relax. And this may give them the opportunity to think before they react.
Wow. And so once they come to your facility, so what's next after they leave your facility? Do you all refer them to other resources? How does that work?
Yeah, so some may be in this forever, right? Because you're always getting different type of services. When you go and you're diagnosed and you're on waiver, which is what that's the whole umbrella is waiver services. And that's what the state of Arkansas has deemed as, okay, you need some type of, intellectual help or you need some type of behavioral health help. So you have that umbrella of waiver, and me just kind of, I guess, wanting to do different directions in that. I don't know. Like, it's really kind of, yeah.
Wow. So very good. You all are offering a lot. Look like you're trying to expand that to, to help even more people. And it's good to know that, once they come into your facility, you're looking beyond that. Even though some may stay there a little longer, you still refer them to other resources and services that if they need those after they leave your facility. Sounds like what I'm hearing.
Some may be here forever. Like some may be here forever. And we, if they choose, the only way that, we'll kind of leave or they'll leave this program is if they decide to. They always have that option to kind of choose wherever they are wanting to go. Some may want to move off, some may, but once they are in this waiver services, they are in, unless they opt out, pretty much.
Okay. Understand. So again, Giovanni, it has been a pleasure having you on today. So ladies and gentlemen, here I want to present to you, this is Giovanni Reed. Again, thank you so much, Giovanni, for coming on and sharing the information about your organization. We certainly appreciate that. So,
of course. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. This is fun. Thank you.
All right. Do you want to give them your contact information one more time?
Sure thing. Again, you can reach me. I'm located in Little Rock, Arkansas. That is in the South. And we are located at 201 South Chester Street in Little Rock, Arkansas. You can come and visit us. Our phone number is 501-943-5600. And my email is Giovanni, Givonni, my first name, R, at careaboveallcare.com.
All right. Thank you so much for coming on today, Giovanni. And you have a wonderful day. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021.
The
diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA. A place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You gotta understand, I was a kid, Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music, and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into. Very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Lynx Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Fairview Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black man owned it, the Regal Theater, black man owned it, the barber shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think and then say and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, My grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, "You an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas, and you will figure it out." And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract. I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, "You got an art scholarship. You ought to know how to paint." And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, "I can't help you. I'm not going to help you. You got something, so go do what you do." And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, "Oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces." I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousins saying, "When you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my mom's always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4:00 in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4:00 in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. Mr. Carlisle. I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that We didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romare Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you trying to draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room, and on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it, Mr. Kennedy said it, and I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. And they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to Black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about Black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many Black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the Black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a Black artist. And one of the reasons that I've moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as an Black man artist, even though I'm a Black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people, portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being Black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. that is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Rumer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Gordon Parks photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought tonight this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was the Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black business network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Enolia Harris Pedro. I'm your business moderator coming from Angola, Africa on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We are going to engage you with a fireside chat, and I will be your guest on part of that fireside chat. And just to give you a little background about myself, I have a degree in mathematics from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst and an MBA from Regis University. And I graduated summa cum laude, gained induction into the prestigious Alpha Sigma Nu Honor Society with, a couple of decades of traversing intricacies of corporate landscape and leadership and coaching and certain certifications. And in addition to that, I am an entrepreneur. I am the CEO of Enolia LLC and the Director of Operations for Vision Afrique Development. And I'd like to introduce Ida Crawford, our second speaker, who we're going to be interviewing in this fireside chat. Ida Crawford is the founder and CEO of Just Minding My Business Media LLC, and is not only an entrepreneur, but a best-selling author and a media producer. Also someone who has successfully transitioned decades of experience in computer technology into digital media industry. Her notable contributions include hosting the Just Minding My Business podcast and being the owner of Conversations That Matter, a channel available on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple platforms. Additionally, IDA is dedicated to providing entrepreneurs and business owners with increased media exposure, allowing them to reach audiences they might not otherwise connect with. With her quality and quarterly, magazine production and commitment to serving the entrepreneurial community, Ida Crawford exemplifies the drive and passion required for thriving in the ever evolving media landscape. Welcoming Ida Crawford.
Okay. Hello, Dr. Anoya. Thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate this opportunity.
It's so wonderful to have you here. We have so much to talk about and to discuss because here on the Black Business Network, we love talking about that business and you are knee deep. So let's go through some of the various aspects as that entrepreneur qualities that you bring to bear, and tell us just a little bit about your business, your main theme business.
Yes, well, the podcasting, just minding my business developed from podcasting. That's where I started. And
okay,
to present, I have grown the podcast to an international environment where people from all over the world not only interview with me, but also listen to our show on a weekly basis. We interview people from all walks of life, all different ethnic backgrounds, and all different stories, because I believe that everybody on this earth has something that God wants them to do, number one. Number two, they just need a place to amplify and get that message out.
So how were you able to expand that? How were you able to take that podcast from zero to an international base?
Wow. Well, it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I mean, in the early days, I was hunting for people. But then what I've learned is consistency and showing up on a regular basis. People begin to trust you. And now what happens is agencies reach out to me, business owners reach out to me, and I no longer have to hunt for people. So that's how that all happened. And coming from an IT background, podcasting wasn't on the to-do list.
Okay.
It wasn't anything that I dreamed to do. It just it happened. I love it. I get to meet so many different people, learn so many different things. It is just an amazing opportunity, not just for me, but for my people that listen and engage with the podcast.
So now, how did the podcast graduate into the full-blown just minding my business?
Well, the different other pieces, the magazine came about because, as we all know, social media is saturated. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
There's no way of knowing whether you're being seen or whether you just don't have the inside intel to know sometimes whether your content is actually being seen by other people. So I decided that, people should explore other mediums of exposure, magazines, people still read magazines, digital
yes,
magazines,
they do.
Not everybody is on social media, which led me to launch that piece of it, which comes out quarterly. And basically what I do with that, the people that I interview have the opportunity to have their interview in the magazine. They have the opportunity to have an article in the magazine as well as a marketing piece. So that way they take that one interview and spread it in different platforms.
Right, right. So here you are, you have this magazine, and for those people who have had the opportunity to be in the podcast realm and to be in the magazine realm, it is not easy to market. It is not easy to get that following. Was there anything additionally that you really had to step up to in order to really pull that following, to get that energy and that drive going, to get your work out there?
Marketing, 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 and more marketing. I mean, you just have to keep showing up, keep telling folks, this is what's happening, this is what I have, check it out, and then also, I invite my guests to also promote their content as well, because at the end of the day, you took time out of your day to do an interview. You put it out there. We create your marketing for you. That way you don't even have to fuss with trying to create anything. We send it out to you, and all you need to do is share it in your spaces. Now, my new endeavor, Conversations That Matter with the TV channel, that's another way that people can get their content out to audiences that they may not necessarily touch. And my whole thing is that one interview, get as much mileage off of it as you can.
Okay.
You can, and people don't realize a podcast is a speaking engagement. I've had people use, their interviews to get grants, because some grant applications ask you, what appearances have you done, and they want to know about it. So it really is important to be able to get your message out to as many people as possible in order to find your ideal client.
So, it's interesting that you are a powerhouse in not only in the podcast realm, but in the magazine, which is visual. So you have sound, because everybody doesn't necessarily do the visual podcast. Sometimes it's just like radio. Okay. So you really have audio, you have visual, and you have the magazine pictorial. So in order to really master all three, what did it take?
Well, by me being an IT person, technology is in my DNA. I've been in that realm for over 40 years. I started when I probably was one of the only women in the industry, especially Black woman in the industry when I first started. And being in that industry has equipped me with, being detailed, having systems, because in the computer world, it's all about systems. And following different, different systems. It's all systems. And, when something doesn't work, document what didn't work, what can you do better, what you need to do next. So that's pretty much in my DNA, to be able to, deal with when it doesn't work and be happy when it does.
Do you find one area better to work with than another?
I love the podcasting. I really love that piece of it. And pretty much everything bounces off of that. But I really love the podcasting because it's a very, my show is not a hot seat. It's like we're sitting around the kitchen table just talking. And what I find is when people are very comfortable, they are more authentic. And they tend to talk more about things that they didn't intend to talk about.
So now you're also an author. And tell us a little bit about your books.
Well, I've been involved in probably about 2 or 3 anthologies, all surrounded about being a we person, being able to help other people achieve their goals. I am very passionate about women in business because I feel like as a woman, we have our own different struggles that are, you know, it just can't be, the things that we go through on a day-to-day basis is huge. And having another woman to be there to hold your hand, it's just incredible. And in order to make it in this world, you need a tribe. You really do need a tribe, and you need people that understand the struggle, number one. Secondly, you need people that have integrity and are all about helping the next person grow.
Yes. And that I want to emphasize what you just said, helping the next person grow too, because what happens is that we get into industry, and I'm talking about we as women, okay? Especially we as Black women. But we as women, we get into industry, and then there are times that we become very territorial, because it's like, it took me so much to get here, and it was hard getting here, and I went through all of this to get here. And then it's like, this is my territory. And then we see the next person coming up, and we're like, nobody helped me, And I want to emphasize how important that attitude is, to say, there's room enough for everyone.
Yes.
There's truly room enough for everyone to be able to have a role, play a part, be complementary to what we bring to the table, and the value that we are and the value that we bring. What has been your experience with when working with others?
Well, you know what? I share what my knowledge, because knowledge is to be shared. Period.
Yes.
And I don't worry about somebody else. God, whatever God has for me is mine already. And I am happy when other people succeed, because that says to me, especially people that might be in the same industry that I'm in, that gives me hope. Okay, I might not be there yet, but because you made it, I know I can make it as well. So I've never been a person that envied other people. Never have. Just not in my DNA.
Yes. So share with us a little bit of your story of how you came. That podcasting piece was your thing. Was it technology first? Like, share with us your story of how you grew into where you're at, because each one of us traverses and navigates life so differently. And this helps other entrepreneurs and helps other technologists, understand that they can broaden, that they can expand by hearing the story.
Well, when I first started the podcasting, like I said, if you would have asked me 20 years ago, would I be a podcaster, I would have been like, what is that? And I don't think so. But it all came out of, I started an organization for female entrepreneurs to support them and being able to get their products and services out to market. So that's what prompted me to start the podcast, because most of the women that I was working with at that time were startups. And I'm also a certified coach. So in order to do business, you got to get your head together first, and one of the things with having a business, you're not going to get a paycheck every 2 weeks or every week or however you used to, it's not the same. Being an entrepreneur is not the same as working a job. Apples and oranges.
Exactly.
And you've got to be able to have your mind, develop your mind, I should say, because you're not there in the beginning. You think you have this wonderful idea and the whole world's just going to jump on it and eat it up. And what you quickly learn, it does not work that way. You're constantly sowing seeds all the time. And sometimes belief is in and out. Some days you believe, other days, I don't know. That's just might not work. So with that being said, I started this organization and wanted to have the podcast in order to help the women to be able to get their products and services out. So that's why that happened.
Okay. So what were some of the challenges that you had to face in pulling the group together, in getting your services out? Because it's one thing, and we tend to do this as entrepreneurs, as just people who are just good in their heart. We tend to want to help everyone else, but then at the core of all of it is ourselves. So how did you prosper? How did you bloom in the midst of all of this?
Well, I just kept putting it out there. I just showed up when I'm supposed to show up and kept doing it. In the beginning, it was horror stories. I'm not gonna lie. It was like, it was so hard to get guests because nobody knew me. I was interviewing everybody, your grandma, your mama, come on the show. I didn't, I just wanted to try to create some consistency. And then, once I started, then somebody talked to me about a niche. When I first started, I'm like, well, what is a niche? I didn't even know what it was. So learning as you go. And what I've learned in the process in the last 10 years of doing this, you just got to jump in with some knowledge, mess up, and it's one of those things that you learn while you do. You have to learn it while you do. And it wasn't easy. Some days I was like, oh my God, I don't know about this. But also being in living this thing called life, nothing is easy.
Right.
If it's worth having, you're going to definitely work for it.
Right.
And
so I'm sitting here thinking about all of the young people or those who are daring to endeavor in being an entrepreneur. What do you feel is the best foundation to establish as you engage in being an entrepreneur?
Learn about your craft. Put as much knowledge into what it is you want to do. Understand that you need to have business smarts as well. Go and get it, because I don't care how good you are. You could be the best plumber in the world, but if you don't take care of that paperwork, you out of business as quick as you got in. And I always call paperwork the ugly side of business, because nobody wants to do it. And in the beginning, we can't always hire people to do it. We can't, we may not have the resources to hire people in the beginning. You might have to wear quite a few hats before you're able to grow your team. But be okay with that and understand that eventually you will have a team. And one of the good things when you wear all the hats, you kind of know all the ins and outs, and people coming on your team can't get over on you.
Exactly. I actually want to highlight that, what you're saying, because it's so important. Because when you talk about getting over, I'm going to talk about your lack of knowledge prevents you from understanding the cost of doing business, and sometimes paying that mistake is actually high. I remember paying thousands of dollars for editing. Thousands of dollars for editing. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. When I sat down and I played X amount of YouTube videos to teach myself, I was horrified of how taken I felt when I realized the work and the skill that was needed in order for me to accomplish this versus what I paid. And it's not to say that the skill set isn't valued, But what I realize is that we put too much stock in names sometimes. And because the
Yeah.
person was a noted person, I paid an exorbitant amount versus getting somebody standardly to do it. And had I taken the time to just dive in and do my homework and do the research, that's something I learned from Dr. Eric Kelly III extremely really well, is do the research, do the homework, know what it is that you're going to embark on. Even if you don't know how to do it all, it's okay that you don't know how to do it all. But
Right.
you know the topic, you know the ins and out of what it is that you want to engage in as your passion.
I can't
What are
agree
your
with you
thoughts?
more. I can't agree with you more. I'm a researcher queen. No matter what I buy, it gets researched. I don't care if it's
Yes.
$5. I'm a researcher first. And one of the things I had to get a trademark, and the lawyers want like $3,000, $4,000. I didn't have that, so I researched it for probably over a year. I found this attorney on YouTube that stepped you step by step through the application. I followed her. I stopped the tape, do what she said do, start the tape, do some more. And then I went back and verified it like maybe 3 times before I submitted it. And it only cost me $125, and I got my trademark. So
And that's what I'm talking about.
I don't have a problem with researching anything. I research everything medical. I'm not on any pharmaceutical medicines because I refuse not to. I find other things to be able that's not invasive to my body to take care of whatever the problem is.
Right.
I
And I
research
actually want
everything.
to I actually want to bring it to your technology side too, because this is really important, because many of us are afraid to embrace or jump into technology, right? I'm a technologist. I get it. But there are aspects of technology, like we have cryptocurrency that's coming off to the side. And a lot of people go, oh, I don't know that stuff. I can't deal with that stuff. That stuff is over there. I just put it aside. I can't be bothered. But I guess what I want to highlight also with you is the ability to just jump in and learn and stop being afraid, and don't allow fear to guide the fact that you may not know it, you may stumble through it, you may get caught up in it, it may take you a few hours, but you can decipher anything. I always felt like if it's in a book and I can read the instructions, I can execute it and I can get it done, right? We all go to school, we're intelligent beings, we're capable of reading something and then executing based on what we read because we do it every single day.
Yes,
Your
we do.
thoughts?
Yes, we do. And I mean, I'm a lifetime student, lifelong
Me too.
student. I love learning. I learn something new every day that I
Yes.
didn't. And I am so happy to know it. And then I share that knowledge with somebody else. But to me, you have to
Exactly.
be a life learner. And not only that, it keeps life interesting. It's like when you learn new things, it just makes life more interesting to be able to learn different things. I've always been like that. I'll try it, anything within reason. Let's put it that way. There's some things I am afraid of at this point, and I probably won't try it. But I'm not going to knock anybody else that want to try it. But learning is
So,
key.
oh, go ahead.
Yes, learning is important. And, I work with a lot of women who are over 50. And, what I'm starting to see that the women in that age range are really out there doing things and
That's right.
want to learn. And being in the technology field, you know, a lot of times people are afraid, especially when it goes to the left. And the
Yes.
first thing that they think is, I did something wrong. And I'm like, okay, why does it have to be you? Why couldn't it be the machine messing up?
Right.
You know what I mean? So, and one of the things as a support person in the tech field, you know, is getting people to understand that it's not always them, and also calming them down so that the issue can get resolved. And also coming when you are in tech, when something goes wrong, you need to know how to tell somebody. You can't just come to somebody and say, my computer won't turn on.
Right.
Or my computer's stuck. Stuck where? Observe what's on the screen. That way the person helping you will have a good idea as to what's going on.
Right. Right. So I want to circle back because we only have a few more minutes.
Okay.
If someone wanted to reach out to you, engage your services, connect with you, be on your podcast, how can they reach you? How can they get a hold of you?
I am all over social media. All you got to do is put Ida Crawford in the Google, and everything I do pops up. But you can also email me at jmmbradio@gmail.com. And I'm on LinkedIn. I think I have 2 accounts on LinkedIn, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, you name it, I'm on it.
Yes. Well, I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for being here and sharing your expertise and sharing all about your businesses and, you know, just minding my business. I love that name. I think it's so right on point and so apropos for exactly what you're talking about and what your passion is. I love the name. So thank you again, and we'll see you.
Yes.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
All right, Dr. Amelia. And thank you so much for this opportunity. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again,
And talking about those scholarships, I just wanted to share with you that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and just use $BBX USA in that Cash App. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And then we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for for 2025 here in January. We want to thank NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Cheney Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. And I want to leave you with this. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, Are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
It's my favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve. I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Humpton got the love and care they deserved. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
We have speakers from North Carolina.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Shirley Brown Danzy, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Today we will have Dominique Wallace. And just to tell a little bit about Dominique Wallace, he's a financial powerhouse dedicated to turning business dreams into reality. As the founder and managing director of Wallace Capital Funding, LLC, he has helped small businesses secure nearly $1 billion in funding, giving entrepreneurs their own foundation for success. I introduce to you Dominique Wallace.
All right. Hey, Shirley, Miss Danzy, how are you?
I am wonderful, Dominique. How about yourself? It's so great to have you on here with us today. I know you also have a #1 bestseller, and I'll let you tell them a little bit about that and your business.
Okay, yeah. So I was featured in a book called The $1 Million Story, where each of the authors in that book had generated at least $1 million for in their business or for others. And so, but yeah, I'd love to share a little bit about how we got here. You mentioned that we are. If you go to this website called the Small Business Financial Exchange, it's sbfe.org. That's a organization that we are a member of, and we have members like American Express, Bank of America, Capital One, PNC, Wells Fargo, some of the larger financial institutions on there. If you go there, I have one lady. She's like, "Well, Dominic, that's great for you, but how does that help me?" And then what I did, I told her this story. If you can picture this, going at the bus stop, there is this. A lot of times, there's this plastic metal thing that you would stand under, and the client that I was funding at the time, she builds those, manufactures those, as well as does some work at the airport. And she was like, Dominic, help. And then, of course, I said, what? But all seriousness, she was like, if you can imagine when you're doing these things at the bus stop, to keep the elements and rain and so forth off of you, it can get expensive. But anyway, you are mainly have customers usually with municipalities, and she does a lot of business around the Southeast. And I think I also mentioned that airports and so forth. But anyway, she said, for whatever reason, the city now is paying me. They used to pay me in 10 business days, but now it's taking 30, 45, 60 days to get paid. And not only that she has all that equipment and supplies and materials that she has to get, she's got a building downtown, as well as, most importantly, payroll. Because as a business owner, can you imagine going to to your employees and be like, hey, can you wait 30, 45, 60 days to get paid?
Wow. No.
They would tell you no. But yeah, so basically we funded her, provided her a receivable line of credit to help her with her business to grow.
Wow.
But yeah,
Sounds.
Go ahead.
And the #1 bestseller?
Oh, so yeah, it's called just the $1 million story. Like I was they have was it 10 of us that were in the book, and I was in one of the chapters in that book, and it sold pretty well. That book. Yeah.
And what is that book about? Dominique,
So
can you tell me?
yeah, sure. So like it's just the story of how we got into the business and just uh, how we generated $1 million or gone from
Wow.
nothing to from zero to hero, I guess I would call it. Just basically our story. It's some very impactful uh, entrepreneurs that are in that book. It's definitely a
Wow.
read, a good read. It's a $1 million story, and you can find it out on Amazon. And I was in the first issue. They had a few of them, but I was in the first issue of it.
Wow. Well, I'll certainly get a copy of that, From Zero to Hero. That sounds like something that I really need to read. And so many others, I'm sure. Yes.
But yeah, no. I tell everybody all the time, finance or funding for your business or cash flow is the second most important thing for a business. Do you know what the first thing is?
First thing, I would say,
And if
I would say
anybody's
knowledge, but I know you need
knowledge.
to have some money.
Well, so you as the entrepreneur is the number one thing, because without you, the business wouldn't go. So that's why I say I just provide the second most important thing, which is cash or
Wow.
cash flow for a business.
Wonderful. I hadn't thought about that, but you're exactly right. It starts with us.
It starts
And a
with
lot of
you.
times it's yes, and having people like you and resources like you to kind of help guide us. But we have to know about those resources. So we're so glad that you're actually here today. I do have some questions for our fireside chat.
Sure.
All right. So can you share just your journey into the world of business? And then also tell me a little bit about what inspired you to even start Wallace Capital Funding.
Oh yes, certainly. So back in the early '90s, I went to uh, University of Virginia in Charlottesville. I was fortunate enough to earn a track and field scholarship, but back then, for those that are familiar with collegiate athletics, they didn't have like all this NIL money that the young people get now. So I had to, during the summers, and because my scholarship wasn't full scholarship, it's based on Title IX and some other things, they they parceled out our scholarship. So I had to work. I had to earn my keep in order to
Sounds
pay for
familiar.
books and some other stuff, right? Some other
Wow.
people have that story. So, but one of the things that I picked up, especially during the summers, was a painter, not a Picasso or anything like that, or what brother Eric Kelly does, but I would paint and turn over apartment, that was up and down where the University Row in JPA back then, for those people that know Charlottesville. But and I got really good at it. And after I had graduated, I went back home. I'm originally from the Washington D.C. area. Fetching known as the DMV. And when I went back, I had an opportunity to do some coaching and go back to my alma mater, high school. And but during the summers, so extra money, and during the year, I would paint houses. Work with realtors. They were trying to fix up a house in order to get it sold, or like just recently over the holidays, you're trying to spruce up the house before your in-laws or whoever come over, right? But
Right.
but and that was good. That was good money, but I wanted to go bigger, right? As a business owner, you want to grow, right? And the
Right.
biggest way that I could think I could grow was to go from doing residential to commercial. I figured if you do bigger jobs, you make bigger money.
Wow.
Um,
Yeah.
but but but
Sounds
what I learned very quickly is commercial works totally different than residential. So so imagine this. So in Washington D.C. area, most of the properties are either owned or managed or operated by a government agency or some large corporation. And so I'm talking to them about, getting how to get work and that kind of stuff with them. And it was kind of funny. They said, well, Dominic, I know we're the owner of the property, but you're too small. You're talking to the wrong person. You got to talk to the property manager, right? All right. So then I talked to the property manager. The property manager said, well, hey, Dominic, you're too small. You got to talk to the general contractor because we run all our trades through there. Now, what do you think was the first question I asked the property management company? What do you think is the first question I asked them?
I would think he's who do you need to speak to or
Well, I mean, definitely that's important, but as
they
a small business owner, how do I get paid? Right? Right? That's what you want to know. How do I get paid? And they told me, like, Dominic, you got to send this little piece of paper called an invoice. And I was kind of green back then because when I would go to your house, I paint the house and you like it, you cut me a check right then, right? Or you say, oh, touch this up or whatever. But that's not how the commercial world works, right? You got to send a piece of paper. Can you imagine going to a grocery store, walking out with your drink, right? And say, can you send, I'll just send this IOU and I'll hit you back later. Can you imagine?
I don't, it would be no.
But that's how commercial works, right? So I'm scrambling, looking at a commercial job, trying to figure out, how am I going to make this big? Because the general contractor said, well, as long as you submit this invoice in by the 20th day of the month, we'll net 30-day you the payment. And I'm just like, I'm pulling out my hair out. Like, I have no hair now, but I pull out my hair and said, how am I going to make payroll to be able to pay my guys, right? Because when I do residential, we get paid right then and there. If a job is longer than a week, that's a really big job on a residential job. So anyway, I'm trying to figure out how to make payroll. I need to get a line of credit. Of course, I went to the bank. Unfortunately, the bank told me no. And I'm like, and then I was asking and pleading, and then they said, well, you need to talk to so-and-so. And they said, well, Dominic, all you have to do is give me a credit-worthy invoice from a credit-worthy customer, and we'll give you funds within 24 to 48 hours. And I thought that was the greatest thing since sliced bread. So I was like, I went so crazy about it. I told all my other contracting buddies about this. And the finance company was like, Dominic, you're sending us so much business. We're going to start paying you referral fees.
Wow.
And you know what? They were paying me more referral fees than I was getting in my contracting business. And I'm like, well, maybe I'm in the wrong business. but not only that, the great thing about helping small business owners, and you know this, is not only you help the small business owner, you help their family, people that are employed by them, and also the community, because like Black Business Network, giving laptops and that stuff to the community.
Right.
Well, if you're as a small business owner, who's going to hit you up for the local T-ball team for T-shirt money, right? The community will. So I figured if I help the small business owner, I could be more impactful. Make money and not have to be on a ladder and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But be more impactful and help the small business community. So that's why I'm so passionate about helping small business owners. And basically that's my entree. That's how I got into this. And I've been doing this. That was about 25 years ago. And we've been in business now 20, going on 23 years now. It's like this just but if I can go back to the story I was telling about the lady with the contracting business. So
certainly.
so one of the things that we do, similar to my situation, I mentioned how, she does this contracting with at the bus stops, right? To make that thing. So similar to my situation, she was like, the city normally pays me in 10 business days, but it's taking 30, 45, 60 days to get paid. So she asked me, for a line of credit similar to the one that I had. And I said yes, because, even though the bank told her no, just like they told me, because I know the city's going to pay. They're going to probably pay slow, but they're going to pay. I'll go ahead and give you the funds so that you can and make payroll. But here's a cool thing. As a member of the Small Business Financial Exchange, we reported that credit history to the Small Business Financial Exchange, and then the Small Business Financial Exchange reports that same credit history to Dun & Bradstreet. You may have heard of Equifax Business, Experian, as well as was it LexisNexis. And then those same banks that I mentioned that we're a part of, like American Express, Bank of America, that kind of stuff, her bank was able to see that. So like, here's what happened. So after we were about funding her for a few months, her bank called her and was like, Dominic, we see all this cash going in your account. Do you know? And the bank was like, do you know what that means? And she was like, what? I have more cash in my bank account? What? No, and the banker was like, no, your bank rating is improved. And basically all that means is the more cash that goes in your account, the better it looks. And it was a game changer, because a lot of times you're able to not only qualify for lines of credit, but equipment. And we have some sources that even fund real estate solely based on the cash flow that goes in and out of your account. The next thing they asked was, can I see your business credit score? And I just mentioned that, as we report to the SBFE, they report to the credit bureaus, and then the banks are able to see it. And so her bank was able to see it. The other thing, I almost forgot to mention this, before we financed her, what do you think was one of the first things that we looked at?
How long she had been in business, her credit score, credit score first, and then you may have looked at, you said the first thing.
Well, the great thing about it is for us, the creditworthiness of her customers is what we were more interested in. So like you have opportunities where you have contracts. A lot of times the bank is looking at your past revenue, past performance to make a determination on if they're going to fund you. But that doesn't help you if you have a new opportunity that you want to take advantage of. But anyway, so one of the things we looked at was her financials, and just to see what was going on. Even though it's one requirement, we still want to see it. And the first thing I asked her, and she has a good CPA and accountant that did a good job of making sure that everything's in order to pay taxes. But I asked her, do you do job costing? And she was like, job costing? What's that, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly. What is that?
But imagine, and I think you're in Mississippi, but like, let's just say you do a job and I'm in Alabama, but let's say you do a job in Meridian, you do a job, I don't know, New Orleans, you do a job in Birmingham, all these different cities. Each job have its own income statement, right? Meaning like profitability. Right. You have an estimate that you do, and then you're trying to figure out, as an estimate what your profit is on each job. And that's basically what job costing, because when I looked at her financials, I couldn't determine per job, you know, how she was doing, because that's how I know she's gonna, you know, be on make money on a long term. So what I asked her, I was like, can I pair you with my CFO to help you reorganize your books so that you can do the job costing, so you can be more profitable in your business. Now, why do you think I did that? You know, why did I offer that to her?
To make sure she was successful, but you're also tied to that business as well.
Yeah. So if she's
Profitable.
successful, is that improve the likelihood that you pay me back? Oh yes, it will. Oh yeah. So it wasn't. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. It wasn't all altruistic, you know. But you know, obviously, I want to help people. But it was mutually beneficial for both of us. So anyway, so the banker called her and was like, "Can I see your financials?" And since we've been working with improving her profitability, that improved. So then the banker was like, "Wow, your bank rating is improved," because you remember I was saying all about the bank rating cash in your account. Your business credit score has improved because we reported on her credit profile, and your financials improved because, you know, we were helping her with the job costing. And I'm like, and then the bank was like, "Well, can I finance you now?" And then she was like, "Well, where were you 6 months ago when I first asked you?" And I told her because we're not a bank. We're just a funder, a financial institution that funds businesses and real estate and so forth. And I said, you know, if the bank ever acts up, just come on back, right? But you know, maybe they can do but they can help you out right now. So a lot of times what we can do, and I say, you know, we're always looking for contacts with contracts or people who need payroll funding, or maybe we have a lot of real estate contractors we help that are trying to transition to be developers, and we'll finance real estate for them. But like, you know, a lot of times we can incubate a company, you know, start reporting credit history on them, and then they'll be able to transition to the bank. Because I'll be honest with you, even though we originate like SBA loans and everything, we don't fund those internally, but because we don't have checking accounts, you know, the bank is able to lend money based on the money that's in our checking accounts. They just lend that money right back to us. Well, I don't have that. I don't have checking accounts, so I can't offer the same terms that they do. But our terms are very fair, and it's a great alternative to help transition. So, like for example, on the real estate side, and let me know if I'm talking too much. On the real estate side, we offer a 30-year mortgage on investment properties with just a 2-page application, because we're just solely focused on the asset, and we price it based on the credit score. But we can go up to 90% CLTV, and what that means is, like, we're working on a deal right now. We're trying to, hopefully we'll close this next week. Brenda in the other room, she's working on getting insurance and that kind of stuff, and to try to close this out. But the seller really wants to sell the property, and the buyer, who, you know, the borrower, who are our client, you know, doesn't have, you know, like 30% to put down or 25% to put down. We with only 10% down, we got the seller to do a seller note, and then we provided the other 75%. So the borrower only got into that property, and he's transitioning from he's been in business for like almost 20 years and renting from this other person the building, and now he wants to own his own thing. And so we're helping him own his first building. in time, and he got into that building just with just 10% down. So we have some cool programs, and because ours is a 30-year mortgage, sometimes we can beat the bank, because a lot of times the bank, especially on investment properties, they're only going to want to be 15 to maybe 25-year AM. So because we're a 30-year AM, our loan payment a lot of times would be lower sometimes in the bank, But that's a little cool things about usually the two cool things that we like to do to help entrepreneurs grow and take their business to the next level.
Wow, you shared a lot today, Mr. Wallace, Dominic Wallace. And
yes.
I have so many questions I would like to ask you, but we're running out of time today. But I would like you to just answer one additional question.
Sure.
What's one financial habit that you feel like every entrepreneur should have?
Well,
one habit.
one of the habit I would just say is don't put your position, make sure that you're ready for financing at all times, because you want to be able to take advantage of the opportunities that are out there. Like, I'll have some people, they'll come to me and be like, I ask them how much they want. And they'll be like, well, how much can you give me? I'm like, if I don't know how much you want, how do I know that you are budgeting the money and that kind of stuff truly to take your business to the next level? I'm like, well, is that going to be a good person to lend money to? So I guess the habit I would be is just kind of truly know your business, right? And just figure out, what you're going to truly use the money for and exactly how much you need. And I don't mind if you ask for more than you truly need, if you can truly show how you can use the money. It's easier to go down than it is to go up, right?
Exactly. Yes. Well, Dominic, it has been a pleasure having you on today. I wish we could go on and on, because you just have so much information that I know people really need to get. So I would like for you to leave your contact information so people will know just how to get in touch with you, so that they can continue to ask you more questions, and so that you can continue to help and inspire so many people that truly need your services, because you're doing some amazing things.
Okay, yeah, thank you. We have a YouTube channel. You go to Wallace Capital Funding. You just type in Wallace Capital Funding in YouTube. Or you can follow me on LinkedIn. I'm pretty big on LinkedIn. Like LinkedIn, we do the Facebook. I'm not a big Twitter person yet, but most of the other social media, you can find me, and let's connect. Let's figure out. Even with some of the YouTube video, I think there's about close to 300 videos or something like that out there, just like free stuff that you can just binge on, to just some really good tips on just just how to structure different opportunities.
Okay. Well, thank you so much again for coming on and speaking today. We certainly appreciate you sharing your expertise with the world. And so again, thank you so much. And I'm sure you'll get a lot of people trying to contact you, because you have so much knowledge that so many people need. So thank you again.
All right.
It's
well,
been a
yeah.
pleasure.
Have a blessed day.
You as well.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time, because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business, and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.